and gentlemen, my name is Iurii, also known as Terlord. Всем добро пожаловать, меня зовут Iurii, также известен я под псевдонимом Terlord. So, today is yet another stream dedicated to my walkthrough series for Grim Dawn that features as the main character, as the main sort of protagonist, the dual pistol purifier build. So, the build is focused around fire elemental damage. The build is most definitely fun to play, and though it has a lot of downsides as well as positives, negatives, it's still a fun build to play. It's still a fun build to use, and I most definitely am enjoying playing it. On the previous stream, we went from start to finish. We completed the second DLC, except for the Tomb of Heretic, which we are going to do like straight away off stream. As you can see, I already ran all the way to the door itself, so that we won't have to. I mean, on the previous stream, I've tried to do it, but I unfortunately got one-shotted. And then after like rewatching the video on demand, I saw like what happened, why my character died, and what I should have done differently. It mostly came down to the fact that I didn't know that the portals that summon dogs also are shooting some balls, some projectiles that are cutting your resistances. And after that, I got hit by one attack and just simply died from full HP. I'm gonna try to avoid this, to avoid that thing this time around. We'll see how it goes. I'm not promising anything, but I'm gonna try like anyway. Regardless, today's stream session is going to be dedicated towards much, I believe, like several things, like Tomb of Heretic. To finish the Tomb of Heretic, then after that to try and see how I will perform in Crucible Gladiator dungeon, and to go into the Shattered Realm, which is another high-end dungeon. This is why primarily today's stream session is named high-end content, or how was it called? It's going to be mostly about that. Now, of course, I'm not having like all the gear pieces that I need for this build, but those gear pieces that are left are only world drops. I'm not having recipes to craft them, so they are world drops. And what does that mean? There are only two ways for me to get them. One is to get the recipe, maybe, and craft them. Another way is to try to farm them so that they will drop, or leave it as it is, and then, like off-stream, try to buy those items from other players by exchanging materials for items or items for items. Anyway, I think my gear is going to be more than enough, but we will see how will it go. Today, stream is going to be mostly action. In zones, especially in zones where I never played, so it's going to be fun to see how it's going to perform. Now, I don't expect like superb results, but I expect at least something. Anyway, before we begin, I'm going to also say, have fun watching the stream, hearing commentary, watching the gameplay, ask questions, express your thoughts, opinions. I'm more than gladly to listen to them, and I'm more than gladly to answer them as well. And with all that being out of the way, let's jump straight into the game. Now I still had like one skeleton key. You remember I had two. I had two. One I used yesterday, and the last one I'm using right now. I'm more than positive that I can craft like others as well. So for the debuffs, we have plus health regen, minus poison, acid, bleeding resistances, ether warp, more ether damage and ether resist, but minus chaos resist. God damn. For me, nothing good. At least like previously, I had like some buff for the fire and elemental attack, but minus to defensive ability, and this time around, not getting anything. Also hoping that this time around mages will not just gonna shoot me through pillars, because this legit was annoying, the fact that they could have done that. Because we could clearly see, I don't know about you, but I could clearly see the fact that that second mage was never capable of hitting me in the first place through the pillar, never changed position, and still was able to later on shoot me through the pillar. Why? I still don't know. Because. It's because.
I can't do that yet.
Those statues can hit a lot, so that's why I'm going to try to focus them down. As well as like every time I'm going to be utilizing the seal. I don't want to get blown up like it happened before. Yeah, those portals are very annoying. It is already bad enough that they can spawn like endless, never-ending enemies, but at the same time it's also annoying that they can also shoot you and reduce your resistances to nothing. And it was also like super funny enough that I was constantly saying like Scion of Hunger is such a strong enemy, yada yada yada, and then get killed by a complete unexpected thing. Well, stuff happens. This is why I was also kinda complaining on the fact that, well, for the most part, the best survivability option in this game is simply the damage absorption. Nothing compares to that. Like, only immune to all the incoming damage that mage has can compare to that, but everything else, it doesn't even remotely, it's not even remotely close to that. I don't know who to focus. I'm gonna focus the one that gets like close to me, because I can utilize the Termite Mines on him at least. No, see, he shoots through stuff. Like, what the hell is this? Like, I cannot shoot through walls. Why can he do that? anyway. It was far better than the last attempt. But this is complete nonsense. He shoots through the wall even though he should not be able to do that. Oh well. He can, but I cannot. And it feels like, why even place pillars there in the first place if they are clearly useless? I will be going into that trap room just for the sake of it, maybe to get those items that I need. Okay, good enough. Oh boy. Minus sign of hunger, and we go into the next level of this dungeon. The level where we died. Now the death trap room is over there. So we know exactly like where to go. Now here against those enemies I literally have to, if I want to kill them fast, I literally have to utilize the resist reduction. Simply put it, it's much faster to get rid of them. They are not flaming or anything, but at the same time they are still very resilient to my attacks. So I have to, if I want to get rid of them fast, I have to do this. And I really have to like watch out from the portal. Stay away from portal in case it will going to spawn. Speaking of like tracking stuff, I mean timing of your debuffs, there is one problem with this particular mechanic, and it literally has to do with the fact that if you use flashbang, you will not going to be able to see the remaining time of it. It is not being displaced on the boss itself or on the enemy. So I literally have to take a wild guess and to see whether or not like the time on the grenade ran off. Not the greatest idea to take guesses, especially considering the fact that how much stuff this thing gives you. Okay, now that the chest itself. I have to get rid of the stuff that has like some form of crowd control for convenience. And not only for convenience, but for safety purposes as well. Wanna reposition, because there is a lot of stuff, and here is another problem, like, can't really... For me to be able to see what stuff is happening over there, like, especially with those pools, I would have to completely turn off, like, all of the loot from here, including the... and only, like, essences would remain pretty much. And that considering that I took off the green items from there, because it was even more pain. And it still is a pain without green items.
That skill's not ready.
By the way, I brought the crystal again with me for the Morganet. Don't wanna get one-shotted. This is why I want to take like extra precautions measurement. So far, even without damage boost, it's still okay, like the clear speed, I mean. The survivability really could have been better. See how long it takes from shooting this guy from far away? Oh my... See? Like, I wasn't even expecting Portal to begin with. And yet this portal, like, appears and straight, like, cutting my resistances, summoning the dogs. Oh, how my inventory became full, even though, well, I can't really see the amount of green items, so maybe there were like overabundance of them. But it's really the cheapest trick in this dungeon to summon the portal that cuts your resistances while you have to deal with the most damaging targets, and you don't even expect that portal to appear to begin with.
I can't do that yet.
And yeah, what I see is that those, like, embodiment of hunger, and just that enemy in general, it's a like, super buggy enemy. Because I have a knockdown, every time, if I will gonna knock down that target, this target will not going to, in most cases, it will never going to step back again. I literally am not sure, like, what is the reason behind it, but it's very like visible game bug. Alright, getting closer to the Morganet. Hopefully I'm not gonna run into the stupid portal shenanigan. Hopefully.
Can't do that yet.
But I'm not sure.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. We are almost at Morganet. Now, I know that he somehow managed to stop me from healing. I don't know how did it happen, it happened. Okay. So we're gonna start our fight against this guy.
That skill.
He literally has something that stops me from healing. I was not misjudging it. I wasn't joking when I said that. He literally has something that cuts your healing. And this was not my imagination. So I had to utilize that crystal. So maybe it was kind of pointless, but at the same time, like, screw the risks. I'd rather play it safe. Tomb of Heretic completed. And this officially kind of concludes all of the dungeon. I've done all of the skeleton key dungeons on this difficulty, those that are in the campaign, except Shattered Realm and Gladiator Crucible.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Thank you for the following, DeviantArt. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Okay, selling all of that green stuff, green items. Right, and now we will going to give back the quest and go into the Crucible.
See you around.
Just to see how things will gonna go there. Okay. Placing all the legendary into the stash, and this one goes into inventory. Okay. So the dungeon itself was not bad. Most certainly you have to like pay attention to your surroundings, but that's just about it. He gave me the ring that I already have, and the weaker version. Okay. Gonna put it into the stash. Why not? Let it sit there.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, so to the main menu and into the Crucible. I'm gonna start with this, but I'm going to use 2 merits and then do this stuff like again into the menu, main menu, and into the tougher difficulty. Starting straight from the Gladiator difficulty. Now I don't really know what to expect from this place. It's going to be my first time trying it out. I expect some fails, but it's going to be overall okay. I see like some kind of currency here. Score. Score for multiplayer. Ooh. Not multiplayer, multiplier. Okay. Tributes, blessings. Everything is going okay. Just started the stream, finished the Tomb of Heretic, and now I'm gonna go into the Crucible. A lot of things have been added into the game in the last like year or so, like many items, new mechanics like monster totems. It's going to be interesting for you to experience all those new additions that they've added. We'll see how things go. I probably will gonna do Crucible as well as some Shattered Realm as well.
Greetings and welcome to my Crucible. I have seen your potential, and I am most.
Well, pretty much you can do either one of those two things. And it's just going to depend on whether or not you prefer to get those early skill points from the beginning, or maybe just go as it is, like with level 1 and without those extra skill points. Not skill points, devotion points. The thing to remember, however, is the fact that those monster totems can be a challenge, especially unprepared, because they, first of all, they can summon like pretty much any kind of enemy, even from DLC, like straight from earliest level of your character. So it can be a bit of a pain, especially if you like start early on, level 10, 15, and then you have to encounter from monster totems. They can spawn some Port Velbury enemies who are extra resilient. It can be quite troublesome. Doable, but it adds extra challenge.
You've done well.
I wanna find like a good spot to stay, so that I would not have to run around constantly from one point to another. They are spawning quite a lot of those elites here, feels like. Probably spawning even bosses. We will see. Hell, even some enemies who were never present in the campaign, it feels like. We never fought Black Legionnaires. I cannot see them and they can shoot me. This is why I wanna like find a perfect place to stand, so that I would be able to see all the enemies that I want to shoot. center of the room is also a no-go. Maybe here? Yeah, here is more like reasonable. Oh, no, 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 no. Shamblers... I really hate Shamblers because they can kill me even now, at this point in time, they can pretty much kill me. While I am going to be standing in the seal, I still gonna die. Yeah, 5 to 6 elites. Oh boy. That's a lot. I gotta get closer to her. The closer I am, the faster I can kill targets. Yeah, because I'm also on a time limit, I have to kinda also run towards the enemies, because some of them move slow, some of them move fast. Oh, Warden Creek. Oh boy. Never thought I'm going to see him again. And he also has the second phase, just like in the campaign. And it's not over yet. I thought Warden Creek is going to be like some kind of a checkpoint, but no. It's one more wave. Or not. Or maybe more than one. Oh, seriously, they want to spawn those Shamblers. That's probably one of those enemies that I really have to take extra care of. Well, outside the elites. Holy, don't you think that's a lot of elites? Well, they are dying sort of like regular enemies, maybe. Although I have to absolutely like non-stop shoot targets. If I'm not gonna be shooting, I'm going to die from all of that area effect. Okay, it was like up to 30 to 40, now 40 to 50.
Most do not get them.
I don't even know some of those bosses, by the way. Guess they are some kind of unique to the Crucible. Oh boy. I was thinking, where are the enemies? And here they are, like, spawning straight into my face. That's a warm welcome. Where did that enemy go? Come back here. I can kill them at the spawn places, but I'm also getting damage when I'm in those spawn zones. Oh, Alchemist. Alchemist and Salazar. So far, so good. Level 50 out of 170. They're pretty much like 170. Levels. I have to use the shift button to not run around from my safe zones. With except one fact, I have to like get to them, because it feels like they will, some of them, especially range guys, will not gonna be able to come close to me fast, and I'm going to lose time. And time, I guess time is more points. More points will probably mean better rewards at the end of things. Who knows? Okay, as you can see, they are shooting the pillars. At least they are not shooting through the pillars, like certain someone in Tomb of Heretic. But I have to reposition myself, because I'm pretty much like wasting time if I'm not killing them.
That skill's not ready.
I guess when this music plays, it indicates that like it's a boss wave. And each time it's a different boss. Yeah, it definitely is like that. Yeah, see, it's because of the boss. It's like a boss team. You can access Crucible Gladiator, as far as I understand. You can access it like since level 1. You can try to do this. But the more levels you go, the better loot. Like the more levels, I mean those things like current waves. The higher you go, the better and more loot you will going to receive for doing that. At the beginning, you are doing this like mostly like to get some of the extra devotion points. If you are starting your fresh character, you can do this like to get some items and some devotion points, but mostly you have to do this Crucible dungeon when you hit level 100, because it's kind of end game dungeon, one of the end game dungeons in Grim Dawn. That's as far as I understand. To me, it's also kind of new, and most of the stuff here I don't know. But just in general, like those things that I do know, I am saying them to you. So you can do it even with like the fresh character, level 1 character, but you will hit a certain spot, at a certain level, you won't be able to like pass further, and to continue to go on, you have to get better gear, get more levels, which means having to go through the campaign to progress, and then return back here and to continue like farming, because for the most part this place is for high level farming spot. So wave from 60 to 70. Let's do this. And immediately, with some kind of a mini-boss, Talonis. But yeah, for the most part, this place is primarily for farming gear in the end game. One of the places where you can do it. Yep, you can. You can... I don't know how successfully you can use this place for leveling, but you certainly get experience for doing that. For doing that Crucible with characters that are low level. Boy, I definitely have to attack, always attack. Because they are doing quite a lot of damage to my character. Although I'm not utilizing those pillars or buffs that I can create. They can also help me, in case I will need to. Wave 70 was not even... It did not even have a boss in there. Okay. Wave 80. I wonder how far can I get without placing those... banners or healers that can buff me. Probably not that far. Interesting fact is that I cannot see any like arcane modified enemies. Which is good because I don't think that this is a great place to have them, considering how enemies are just swarming you. It's better not to have them here. It may seem like Arena is big, but in reality, it isn't really that big. Luckily, at least I'm having those safe zones with Inquisitors here. Well, sort of safe zones. It's zones where I get a lot of my damage absorption, so that I would not die as fast. Have to keep attacking. If I'm not attacking, I'm dead. Though it still feels fair.
Don't let yourself.
We are like 80 waves in, and it still feels quite fair. We haven't been utilizing any additional buffs. Or extra stuff that can help us. We can, but I want to see how far can this character go without them. Oh, Guardian of Soul. Well, I'm not dead from his lightning.
That skill's not ready.
Gonna kill the trolls before they are going to get in, because they are like heavy swings. Problem with their heavy swings is that they are going to take huge chunks of health. And I don't want that. Oh no 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 no. Against Shamblers I will never going to stand in the seal. This is suicide. They can just kill me if they cannot throw those rocks. Even at the like wave 12 I almost died when 5 of them threw their rocks. Oh, minus casting speed. That's bad. And that was wave 80 to 90, now 90 to 100. So I'm also super vulnerable if I'm going to get hit with minus casting speed debuff. Amazing to know that, especially with the fact that every once in 4 seconds I have to throw the flashbang, and when I got hit with minus cast speed, the flashbang was... it took like 1 or something second to throw one. Same applies to Inquisitor Seal and to Termite Mines. Very annoying thing to get hit by. I thought my only bane was minus attack speed. Well, I was wrong about that. they are also following the pattern of the fact that their level is going to scale with yours, so you're never going to fight like weaker enemies, at least on like Gladiator version of this dungeon. Or maybe it's just me who thinks this way. Though I'm pretty positive that it is. It's like they're following the trends of ultimate difficulty overall. That it has this like health, not health, but level scaling of enemies. It's kind of fair and challenging. First time in 100 waves I had to use a healing potion. For some reason they had... Those two guys were some really gruesome enemies to fight against. I'm not healing for some reason. Why I'm not healing? Something prevents me from healing, huh? But what? And more than half of those enemies I have, and bosses, I have no idea who they are. I never met them. Like that Valderan. He teleported into my face and started shooting lightning at me. Now what? Now they are spawning some kind of rocks that are doing bad things to me. I have to keep attacking. Amalgamation, holy shit. Almost killed me. You know what's good about this place? With such tension-packed stuff that's going on, you are not even like paying attention to how many waves have you actually cleared. Or how many waves are there left to be cleared. Oh boy, there's just way too many pools and stuff. I have to keep repositioning myself from those pools. Valderan again. So they are repeating themselves. Whew. It gets tougher. 110 without buffs. Ooh. Whew. At least my vision is not getting blocked by loot and stuff. For those of you who wonder when you can get loot, so whenever you hit like a certain point and you don't want to continue on, like you can either continue by like let's begin, or I wish to collect my rewards. If you pick I wish to claim the rewards, the door behind him opens, and there you're going to collect some chests. Depending on how far you actually manage to get, rewards will going to be different. No, not those from the second DLC. They are so beefy. Warden Creek again! No! Please do not stun me. He didn't stun me. And he actually is doable, quite doable. He isn't like, oh my god, he is unkillable. Oh, those tree things are rooting me in place. There are quite many elites, so this is why I'm getting like constantly rooted in place. But they are slow, and the cool thing about that is that for a ranged character, they will not gonna be able to get like fast to you. This is like, if it's red color, it's like his nemesis boss. Because they're orange, purple, and red ones. Orange are your regular elites. Purple are like something like bosses, and red ones are going to be nemesis ones. Fabius and Valderan. I cannot heal. Okay. It was all good and all, but I couldn't heal. I could not heal. But up to wave 120 on cell buffs, pretty darn good. But I couldn't heal. You would think that with so many enemies, it would be like good to heal from, but one of those two Nemesis bosses just prevents me from healing the usual amount. Okay, and I'm also going to apply the auto pickup for the green items through my Grim internals modification. Yeah, it can be like that, but overall still good. Like for the first attempt on this character, on this difficulty, not bad. And without buffs.
Watching you squirm was enjoyable, I admit. Shall I prepare the arena?
Checkpoints. Oh, level 100 is a checkpoint. Although to get back at it, you have to spend like 5 tributes. Alright.
And welcome to my
Let's do it again. Still wish to try it, to do it like without buffs. Although it feels like it's going to be an impossible task, though I will try it again. Amalgamation being shut down pretty fast this time. Okay, this wave is kinda dangerous with a lot of the damage over time stuff that hits. There's this like huge problem with, because the damage over time effect can stack infinitely on you, like the pools and stuff. You can die pretty quickly if not being able to lifesteal. Kinda unfortunate.
That skill's not ready.
So it's like checkpoint every 1 for 50 levels. What the? Where did he go? Okay. This time around only like 2 dangerous places. One where I was stunned and almost killed, and another one was when a lot of those damage over time effects took place.
Until now, I've...
This time around, I die on Creek. Okay. Well, still good enough that I can farm the tributes, so even though I lost 5 tributes to get to the checkpoint, I still get like more tributes. Okay, let me see what I can do in those buffs and stuff. Tributes. Still have space in my inventory, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, I have to reset it first. Oh, 15 tributes this time around. Ah, okay. And it throws me back to level 90 now. Okay. And I can upgrade them. Can I upgrade them again? Oh, I can. It's like some kind of mobile game where you place stuff and you upgrade towers for them to shoot more.
Greetings, and welcome to my Crucible. I have... Oh, is that so? Very well. I wager that you will die.
Oh.
If you surprise me, I will raise your reward substantially.
Okay.
And welcome to my Crucible. I have...
Let's also upgrade this one again. And try not to die, because we need to farm those tributes. So you can place those towers, and those like lightning ones, they are shooting lightning at enemies. And it feels like in AoE range as well, which is really good. It does remind me a little bit of the tower defense. Only with heroes, and you are being the primary hero to defend. This time around, those guys were not dangerous at all. They died also pretty fast. Yes, towers are doing their job. And I kinda have to also take consideration that I also need to... Can you like get closer? Nice. I get 5 tributes, but I need 12 to upgrade this to level 3. And level 3 is the max because I cannot see in
That skill's not ready.
the defense side here anymore. Like here I can see, but here there is no. So level 3 feels like the maximum level. And probably what I have to do is I need to like stand near the most leveled up one. And I want to also check, yeah, I guess... No, you cannot shoot through it. I was thinking you can shoot through it. Yeah, thank God that there is no arcane here. Arcane would rip me. It's already enough that they have like so much stuff going on. Though Frozen is also quite bad. Iron Maiden, that's a new one. Wow, she's beefy. Really beefy. 9 tribute points. And here comes the decision, though. To spend those tribute points and I will be left with nothing. I won't be able to repeat.
That skill's not ready.
Until now.
Okay, let's go without it. Whole bunch of moss fingers. Ew. Can I shoot him? Now I can. Wow, Fabius just counters me. Oh god. He just counters me non-stop. Even with Crystal it was still not enough. For your question about like getting Grim Dawn DLC, even though you have not finished the main campaign, you should absolutely take into consideration like getting it, and do not worry, it's not going to like be bad for you if you get it, like even though you haven't finished the vanilla campaign, because DLC gives you like a whole lot of stuff, and you will be able to also like gather items and stuff, like get to see new things that are not present in the like base version of the game. It's a worthy investment, and you would be pretty like happy to play it. because it's definitely worth every single like penny that you spent on it. There's a whole lot of stuff that you would simply just miss if you are not like playing with DLC included, such as items. And since items are playing a very huge role in this game, it's good to have an option to get them while just running through the main campaign itself. Okay. And the question is going to be...
Shall I prepare the arena?
Well, I cannot start from the checkpoint, because I'm out of tributes. And yeah, when you reset, it seems like you have to build those towers again. Okay.
Greetings, and welcome to my crucible. Oh, is that so? Very well. I wager that you will die.
I can start on wave like 100. I can get those blessings. Shields, crowd control effects, and boost resistances. Fortitude, powerful. Each and every single one of them costs 12. I guess for me it will be better to do like again one run to gather those those tribute points.
Greetings.
Because I lost quite a lot of them.
Crucible.
Let's do it again. Although I simply could have just started from at least like wave 50. Yeah, but definitely comparing this to the stuff that I faced, even in the Tomb of Heretic, this is way more threatening. the thing is, I was not playing with... like, those pillars were not upgraded to the full... Only one of them was level 3, one was level 2, and 2 level 1, as well as the no buffs. But okay. We are trying to gather those tribute points. Everything was kinda good, up until that place where you are fighting 2 Nemesis bosses at the same time. And just my luck that both of them were like super tanky. Iron Maiden as well as that other guy who also... Either he was placing some stuff that cuts my healing or just prevents from healing. This way at least I will be able to grind some tributes. I'm not gonna use them now. I want to get those buffs, and each of those buffs cost like 12. Still okay though, still learning something new about this dungeon. Couple things that I already kind of see that I have to worry about is, of course, that not to stand in way too many pools, because they are super deadly. no matter how many of those Inquisitor seals I will gonna put, standing too much and it's over. Oh well. Yeah, for those who are weak to reflective damage, such builds we're gonna have a little bit of trouble here, I guess, because of the presence of reflective enemies here. Although I might be wrong. One thing that's really good is that they do not place arcanes here, arcane elites. Because this would have definitely ruined the experience. Wave 40 complete, on to the next wave. They start not that like hard, but then it gets serious once they are going to drop the Nemesis bosses. First things first is to kill the Shamblers, so that they will not gonna be able to blow you up. interesting enough how a lot of those elites who are coming near me, even though I'm not shooting them, they are still dying quite fast. Guess that's Inquisitor Aura and Inquisitor Seal doing its job properly. Okay, let's place some towers because it gets a little bit annoying wasting so much time on small enemies. Okay, this should be enough. We won't upgrade them yet. We will just going to place them. I want to have just something that can help me to deal with small stuff. And even though they are not upgraded, it doesn't mean that they will not going to help me to clear those enemies. But I still have to invent like some kind of plan to get rid of those two elites. Though maybe I will be lucky enough and not get that one that prevents me from healing. Because that would be really awesome. Wow, wave 60 already.
Can't do that yet.
So what kind of buff can I get? Reflexes, abilities, duration, out control effects, boost resistances. Boost resistances as well as make you more powerful is good, but I will go with like boost resistances to become like tougher to kill.
That skill's not ready.
As well as to be less immune, less vulnerable to crowd control. And then maybe I also going to go for the thing that gives fortitude. Fortitude most likely means health. Which is going to be important to survive those two nemesis bosses. second Bloodlord Talonis in like two waves. Charazul. The most dangerous thing about Charazul is of course going to be the fact that he can cut your resistances. That's probably the most threatening thing about him. And outside of that, he's pretty straightforward. Max level is level 100. And yes, this is the end game, one of the end game dungeons that this game has. It's not that it won't going to take you a whole lot of time to get to that level 100, and most certainly it won't be boring. It's quite interesting to play through the campaign itself.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, but those buffs are temporarily. Oh shoot. Then I should leave them for as like
That skill's not ready.
for later use. Okay. I didn't pay attention to the fact that those buffs are temporarily. Some of the enemies are not tough here, some of the enemies are like super dangerous. And it feels like they're just like... it's random about what kind of enemies are being summoned. There are, however, like some enemies and bosses who are preset for a certain wave of enemies. But even on those waves there is a little bit of randomness, because the first time I died to those two Nemesis bosses, it was Valderan and that other guy who was quite beefy and was capable of preventing me from life-stealing. And another time it was him again with Iron Maiden. And no Valderan. So some of them are presetted, some of them are not. I'm getting closer to 100, yet my tribute points are still quite low. But I think I can afford myself to build another level 2 tower.
I can't do that yet.
Don't let your...
And then the next thing is, of course, going to be that stuff for fortitude, for health. So that my resistances would be quite high and my health as well. Offense is on a good level. Just that I need to survive those until I kill the Nemesis boss.
That skill's not ready.
At least those shamblers are quite easy to kill. And they are not like moving or attacking fast. You just have to pay attention when and where are they coming from. Oh, I know, it's that wave that had someone who could reduce my casting speed. Now I remember. So it feels like I get 5 per 10. So I'd have to survive like 20 more waves
That skill's not ready.
for acquiring that buff.
You are the...
And I am really thinking that buff for the hell is going to be more beneficial for me against those two Nemesis bosses, because there is no way I'm going to be able to zerg them down. Like, absolutely, I do not believe that it is an option. It's going to be kinda long fight against them. And for the long fights, buff for the defense is more prevalent. wow,
Skill's not ready.
I'm I also am not paying attention to the fact that my word of renewal goes away sometimes. I mean, runs off. 'Fortitude. Oh, 21,000 health. Nice.
I can't do that yet.
An impressive.
Next step is to either go for buffing up those towers or buffing up my personal firepower. Tributes are hard to get, like... Not many of them are dropping. I swear, like, half of those bosses I never met in the campaign. That's with considering the fact that on 2 of the 3 difficulties I did, like, clearing all of the locations, like, thoroughly. Like, okay, with Nemesis bosses, I guess, like, because I didn't raise enough of the infamy with them, with those like factions from where they are from, and maybe like Valteran and Iron Maiden can be met in the campaign itself. Yo, this Fabius guy. Come on. Probably the toughest one here. Toughest one for my character. I cannot buy anything, I cannot upgrade anything. I'm gonna take a crystal with me against those Nemesis bosses. Where are they? Where are the crystals? Oh, there they are. They should help me. Okay, toughest wave for me. And I'm dying, also I'm dying like almost at the end of it. I see the Nemesis bosses. But it's just that I cannot, like, kill them super fast. So for that thing I need the survivability. And granted, I do not think that I will be able to kill all of them until they are going to get close to me. And maybe with those two Nemesis bosses I can, like, kite around. See, this time around I beat them. This time around I beat them with, like, no problem. I don't know.
Most challengers claim
Okay, have to close the door first. A strong wind was blowing, so the door opened. Again, Ethereal Amalgamation, have to kill it super fast before it casts the string of like 8 or so attacks that it has. Oh. Thank God Shamblers did not attack. I saw Shamblers like super late.
Have a taste. Bask in my power. Have a taste.
Xantarian. I only know he has this stupid shotgun effect that can kill you if you get close. That's all I know about them. Well, he's dead. And I'm alive. But they give you super small amount of tributes.
Only the mightiest.
So I have to be like super fast. Oh! Oh, I thought it was Queen Rashelga. And I was like, oh man. That's gonna be a problem. I just need to get to like 150 so that I will be able to have a checkpoint there of some kind. Oh god, I'm so slow. I'm so slow. No. Oh man. They're even popping up from the center of the room, which they did, but I didn't pay that much attention to that. Oh, even flowers now, some from the swamp enemies as well.
That skill's not
And my buff for resistances is gonna go off now. God damn. If I knew that they were time-based... I wouldn't use them so early. Gotta kill the Shamblers. Or they will kill me. Or even more Shamblers. And even more Ashes of Malmut enemies. Wave 140.
that skill's not ready.
I need to get the resistances thing. I need, right? Either resistances or to upgrade another lightning thing, but I guess resistances are more important.
Before you.
The thing is, if you have like a ton of tributes, this thing is easily passable with decent gear. But for that thing to be possible, you just have to like farm a bit, which I'm not really doing. Because this is my first day in the Crucible Gladiator. I just want to get to level 150 at least. If I get to level 150, it's going to be amazing, because it's a checkpoint, the last checkpoint. Oh, all of those guardians of different factions at once. Dreek, Soloel, and Bismael. See, it's kind of chaotic to be able to see, like, do you have to move away or not? Gets kind of chaotic. Especially with all the pools and stuff that you have to, like, kind of dodge. Oh god. Mages and Sharzul. I see. But now my crystal is on cooldown, and holy moly, it's another one of those waves with triple Nemesis bosses. I have to kill him so that he can stop teleporting me around, because he is the guy who does that. Okay. Okay. 150. I reached the checkpoint. And I cannot upgrade anything. Insufficient funds. Thing is, I have like 2 waves to complete. I need like to complete 2 waves more. Not 2, but 20 more waves. Should we upgrade something? Do we need to upgrade something? I think we need to upgrade this thing as well.
That skill's not ready.
Before you.
Maybe it's like not really that like efficient, and I most certainly am well aware that this stuff might be inefficient at all. The way how I manage the tribute points. But I'm okay with that. As long as like I'm learning something, I'm okay with like making mistakes. You can type exclamation mark build, and chatbot is going to provide you with a link to this build. Holy moly, that's intense. Holy hell. Whew. 160. I can upgrade this thing as well. Okay. Archmage Alexander. Immediately comes with the shield. Splendid. He also gets healed. Which I should have paid attention to the fact that there are healers. Ow! That stupid meteor. I killed her before she was able to cast that stuff, but I was super afraid. Oh, it's the council. they're shielding themselves. That's why you cannot really like kill them fast. I won't gonna make it, my fortitude buff is gonna go away. Oh my god, my fortitude buff went away. And I was... damn it. 165.
The Crucible.
Oh boy. Yeah, it was kinda annoying to see him as like 2 times as well. That's Archmage Alexander. But I was running low on that buff duration, so still progression-wise quite far. Quite far. And another great thing is also the recipes that we are getting.
I can't do that yet.
Recipes that we didn't yet collected. Well, I never was in Shattered Realm, so I have nothing to compare it with. I'm gonna go there now and to see how it's going to be out there. It's going to be also my first time ever trying to clear the Shattered Realm and stuff. At least with Crucible, I'm already starting to like get the mechanics and how it should be played. Okay, now the greatest thing is that we...
Squirm was enjoyable, I admit. Shall I prepare the arena?
that we managed to get straight up towards like the checkpoints.
Very well.
To start it from wave 150, which is good, but we do not have tribute points. And as a matter of fact, my goal was to get somewhere like to that area, like 100, 150. It's good enough that I made there. And it's good enough that I figured out like who is like the most threatening and less threatening enemy in here, and what are those buffs doing and those pillars. Okay, now that we know all that, it's time to go towards the now we are going towards main campaign, and we will gonna go for the Shattered Realm to see how is that place compared to Crucible. And we still have to collect from Shattered Realm those extra skill points and some stat points, because we never did that quest. The reason behind me trying out the Purifier is mostly because this character archetype with dual pistols was super interesting to me to try him out.
The oracles of Drieg spoke of your arrival.
Okay, let's try Shattered Realm now. It's going to be interesting to see.
That skill's not ready.
Looks like in both of those places from enemies you will not going to receive any kind of items, which makes me believe that here also to get items you have to reach certain checkpoint, and after that you will be able to continue. But this place does remind me a little bit of Diablo 3 Rift Gates. You also have the time, sort of a time limit, and to progress into different zones you have to fill the bar up to full. Kinda similar.
Not ready.
And something tells me that the faster you clear, the better
I can't do that yet.
rewards you're going to get. Sure thing. I am from Moldova. For those of you who do not know, this is a country that is placed, situated between Ukraine and Romania. Pretty small country. But nevertheless, quite interesting. So I'm getting those also shattered souls, which makes me believe that they are either buffing something or they are giving me like more to that blue bar that fills up with me killing enemies. Okay.
Well done.
And once again, when you are finishing it, they are giving you an option either to continue on or to claim your reward.
skill's not ready.
Something also tells me that I forgot to grab the quest for the skill points. Oh well. Happens.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Oh, so it's going to be something like checkpoints. Nice. So that you won't have to repeat all the process again. It feels great, especially because initial levels are not that tough. Though we just started, so it's too early to say that.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
It feels like hunting elites is probably the best thing to do to fill the bar quicker.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That skill's
But
not
it's good to know about it. Stun resistance is like 53, trap and slow. Let's see. First I'm gonna find it. Defense. Okay, trap resist 0 and slow resist is like 20. Yeah, that's actually quite bad.
done.
But
This portion of the Shattered
then
realm
again,
is clear of threats.
not all of the gear pieces that are needed for this build I currently have, so am lacking. The necklace, gloves, boots, as well as medal. So yeah, it's still not the complete build.
Can't do that yet.
It probably isn't pointless, because with some quests you can get rewards even without like even after like you do the quest and then you are capable of you do the stuff for quest and then you'll still get reward, although it may be different this time around.
I can't do that yet.
Also, speaking about build performance, and how far can it go? So basically, place from where I got this build, and I'm going to post this into like chat. So from this website, I got the build that I'm using. Author of the build implies, and there are videos of him showing the performance against some of the bosses, against some Shattered realms as well as Crucible. He says that this build is capable of hitting like 80, 85. I personally cannot like say whether or not this is true or not. And currently I have like, besides seeing that, seeing those videos, I cannot say like whether or not it's true or false.
I can't do that yet.
So I'm also kind of interested whether or not this build is going to be able to reach those heights. It may not, or it may be, depends. Maybe it's 3 skill points, but you have to do that quest on every single difficulty.
I can't do that yet. skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Quite inconvenient location. I cannot get like big packs of enemy to fight with.
That skill's not ready.
I want to fight many because the more you kill in a sequence, it gives you like more bonuses to the time and stuff, and to the bar meter that you have to fill up.
Can't do that.
And the portal is way over there.
Well done.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
By the way, those checkpoints. On which shard level do you get an access to the checkpoint? Like, where is the first checkpoint? Level 30? For Crucible, it's like 50, 100, and 150. And yeah, hopefully you will not going to have like any problems with that typhoon that you are mentioning.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I found a shrine. What does it do? Make a pact, granting you increased resistances to slow, but your critical strikes are weakened.
Can't do that yet.
So it's like a buff, but you also get a debuff for that.
I can't do that yet.
Wow, some kind of a new thing, like Seeker of the Damned. Oh, so I kill him and it's pretty much over. Gotta find huge, like, stacks of enemies. But instead I'm gonna find only the small packs. Oh, elites, nice. They will give me a lot of time for that clock. But yeah, this really is like super reminiscent to Diablo 3 Rift Gates.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
It's not over yet? And there are no enemies here. Oh boy.
Can't do that.
Definitely not the most time efficient route. At least portal is near. Ahem. Okay. Oh boy. Well, I killed the bosses, but I died from the post AoE.
Well done.
Didn't really expect that to happen though.
That skill's not ready.
Ow. Cult of the Mine.
Can't do that.
Never thought I'm going to hear something like that. And it's definitely just all about mines as well as elites.
That skill's not ready.
At least I get to maintain those 5 stacks. Though they're... Okay, those stacks are... You lose those stacks when you proceed into the next...
That skill's not
into
ready.
the next section. I like how they also kind of changed the locations. So we already been in such similar place in the campaign, although it had nothing to do with like ethereals, and now everything has like ether ground in it. It's like a fresh view on already well-known location that you've been previously.
I can't do that yet.
Not exactly. It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's something like Transylvania, which is closer to the Romania. But it's definitely not that far from those places.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Well, technically yes, except the part where he's a vampire, of course. He had like, it was historically it is like that. Like, he was named Vlad the Impaler because he was impaling his like enemies and stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely it's a historical figure.
Well done.
And yeah, I did not forget to take the quest for the skill points.
I can't do that yet.
And I got my first skill point. I wasn't attacking and I died. Okay. I was placing my mines and got killed. Well, happens.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, there are 4 mages out there. Oh, wow. I should say that for the most part, in our country, everything kinda stays the same. Like, yeah, the pandemic and that whole stuff had an effect on pretty much every single country, especially when you count, economic, business, but for the most part, in Moldova, everything everything is still kinda the same.
That skill's not ready.
Except that, like, one easily noticeable thing is everyone is wearing like masks and stuff. That thing is like super visible. Because it's kind of hard to say that my country was like prosperous to begin with. Like it had its problem like even before the pandemic, and yeah, pandemic made it kind of worse. But still, like, after living here for quite so long, you kind of get used to
Can't do that.
living here, I mean. Though I really wish that this whole like pandemic situation never happened, because it really is something else. Like the whole year 2020 is something else. In different years something happened, but year 2020 just made it like it's on a whole new level of unexpected things happening. It's like never-ending sequence of events that go like on and on. But like with every situation, we have to still like hope for the best, and maybe, just maybe, times will gonna change to like way they were before, or even like better. Hopefully even better. Man, it takes quite some time to go through those shards. Time consuming, like, for sure. Compare this to the same, like, Crucible. Crucible is much faster. However, in Crucible, you should not like allow yourself to die, especially without having spare tokens to be able to start from the checkpoint. Here you can die, and I guess like from dying and how much time you die and how fast you beat stuff, that like the final reward is going to be different. But at least you have that chance. But it's amazing that you will not have to like repeat stuff like again. Yeah, most certainly. Like, I get one thing that's it's going to be like long only on the initial run laps. It's the same problem I had yesterday, like, why? Basically the whole, like, stream went down. Yeah. The whole stream went down because of the Streamlabs error. Well, that's bad. Streamlabs says that... Oh, how was that error called? Stream ended and it tried to reconnect and it couldn't. I just heard the beeping sound that the program makes when this stuff happens. And that's why I was trying to like go and check out what's happening. It's weird. Weird and very inconvenient at the same time.
That skill's not ready.
Well done.
Shard number 8. Yep. And for that I am kinda sorry, like, for this whole like situation when the stream that went down.
That skill's not ready.
Usually it doesn't happen. Okay.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, and I get it. So the further you go, the more debuffs you actually going to receive. Okay. Because I started with 1 debuff, and now, look, I have 3 debuffs. So unlike Crucible, where you actually get to get those temporary buffs, here you also get, and you won't receive like a lot of those debuffs, but here it's a bit different.
I can't do that yet.
As long as it's not like something crucial when it comes to debuffs, such as minus attack speed or minus casting speed, I guess it's going to be okay. Though losing defense and offense ability is also problematic. I like that there are some maps where enemies just pretty much gonna come at you in like huge waves, so you won't have to hunt them down. Arcane is not just the worst, it's like absolute worst.
That skill's not ready.
Because losing your auras and buffs in the middle of combat, especially if you are like face to face with a whole lot of enemies, it's such a pain. I was actually elaborating on the fact that sometimes, not sometimes, but probably the top one deadliest elite is actually Arcane. Though depending on what kind of character you play, like for someone Reflective also is kind of troublesome, but Arcane is just like I guess they specifically removed Arcane from Crucible, because if there were Arcane enemies, it would have been just way too much, because of the vast amount of enemies as well as close like environment is pretty close, and you get attacked from all of the directions, and half of the time you will be swarmed by enemies. Swarmed. And it's also funny how like one spell, which is dispel of your buffs and auras, can be so like annoying to deal with.
can't do that yet.
By the way, to dispel you, those arcane enemies, they are shooting a projectile, right? Is there a thing that you can try to like hide behind the wall or something like that? Though for the most part I get it, that's like there won't be walls to hide behind, especially if you are in the middle of combat, in the open space.
I can't do that yet.
Ah, okay then.
That skill's not ready.
You can dodge it, but it's still annoying. Because a lot of time you won't be able to. Yeah, with hard to see stuff, I will like 100% agree that some things, especially if we take, for example, like Tomb of Heretic, and a lot of enemies are leaving those huge blue like void zones. Or if you are fighting against level 3 monster totem and there are a ton of elites and a ton of stuff like pools of different colors, various projectiles, it's really like insanely hard to see stuff. At one point I was even like forced to turn off the ability of green items being displayed on the screen, because it was like that hard to see stuff on the screen.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, here it definitely, like the debuffs that they are throwing at you, you can like you are starting to feeling it. Because for the most part, while passing through those like skeleton key dungeons, even though like the same stuff with debuffs, like here we have like those like random debuffs that you will get when entering the dungeon. There those things also were present, however
I can't do that yet.
there it's not that kinda impactful. Here you can definitely feel those debuffs way more. I'm so lucky to have all of those enemies just come after me, not me running around to find them, but rather the opposite.
That skill's not ready.
But I guess it really depends on what kind of map you're going to end up in. Okay, what does this shrine do? Granting increased resistance against all damage, but your health is reduced. Increased resistance. Oh, I didn't lose too much health, but I got more resistances, which is nice. And definitely useful. And as I can see, those buffs are also temporary. Much like in Crucible. Okay, the huge stack is over here. I should have run here, like, from the beginning. But it wouldn't be enough anyway. Oh boy. Need more enemies. Oh, he was in stealth. I thought, like, why was I only, like, facing against one? But then it turns out that there was another one, only not visible at the beginning. Shard 11. I need Shard 15 to get myself another skill point. So it's going to be like 5, 15, and then 30. Oh boy. It's so good when I meet elites. Definitely. And now I have 4 debuffs.
I can't do that yet.
So at certain point I will going to receive like more and more. Question is, those debuffs are going to stop one way or another. Red Altar. Granting you increased damage, but you become more vulnerable to physical attacks. Okay. I don't know how much vulnerable I became to physical attacks, but I definitely see that my offense increased. Yeah, I'm liking that shrine mechanics. Although it feels like, for the most part, you are going to be the one who is going to be, like, swimming in debuffs. Okay, I need, like, a huge pack of enemies with elites. Come on. They are my elites.
That skill's not ready.
Wow, that buff can go like more than 5. Initially I thought it's going to stop at 5, but it doesn't. So far, so good. Slow and steady, definitely.
Can't do that yet.
But at least I'm getting somewhere. So let's say if I'm gonna stop now, I would have to redo this like from the beginning. Most likely.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, ethereal clouds as well as some shooting rocks. No huge packs of enemies though. Gotta go and find them. There is my elite. Only one though. There's another one. Okay. So it's 3 chunks per one, like shard. 3 stages, and then a boss stage.
That skill's not bad.
Well,
Yes, more enemies. Come on. The more the better.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, I lost all of my buffs. I guess there was some arcane enemy in there, and I completely, like, missed him. That's another one of those, like, hard to see stuff. And you get to see it only when the bad thing already happens. Okay,
Can't do that yet.
gotta go the other way.
Can't do that yet.
taking the path to the downstairs, where there are more enemies to kill. Now, the initial levels, it feels like they are not hard as a whole. They're just long to beat.
That skill's not ready.
There are no enemies here. It was a dead end.
That skill's not ready.
Wow. I can barely see anything. I just keep shooting and recasting. Recasting my abilities.
Can't do that yet.
She also has some kind of a meteor that looks like Archmage Alexander's, though different color and different type of attack. They managed to proc my Ghoulish Hunger immediately. Which means my health will drop like below 40%. Okay, so most of them are going to be in there. Or maybe it's going to be a lot of elites. Come back here. Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of elites.
I can't do that yet.
If you mean the super bosses, like he's from the same like type of bosses, like McDragon. No, I have not yet tried to fight him. I fought against McDragon. I couldn't kill him because my current gear is still like not good enough. I'm still missing some gear pieces. I get the whole like fighting against him idea, but I'm going to try to fight those bosses later on, because one of the things that I am willing to do is to actually try to beat as many of those bosses as I can.
I can't do that yet.
it's going to be another like test the build situation. The worst part about him was the fact that when he was attacking, he was managed to put me in like shock state quite a lot. It was clearly visible that I could not attack him at certain moments. My character was just standing there and doing nothing. He isn't necessarily difficult, especially if you are playing something that has a lot of lifesteal. Because outside of him, you can also lifesteal from all of those enemies who he resummons. But yeah, most definitely his biggest problem is the fact that he can constantly stun you and the fact that he has a lot of that lightning damage.
That skill's not ready.
Wow, two of the same bosses.
Well done. This portion of the Shattered Realm.
Okay, so after this thing, we will gonna get our second skill point. And then the last one is going to be all the way on the Shattered Realm 30. Increase resistance and all damage, but your health is reduced. Okay.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Slowly, very slowly, but still we are managing to make some kind of progress. But yeah, I'm starting to realize like why you were saying like the initial levels in shards are pretty like can be pretty boring. Because there isn't like exactly huge difference between them. The most like noticeable one is of course the fact that you get more debuffs here. But overall it's kind of the same.
That skill's not right.
One more floor and we are going to fight the bosses. Fight against the bosses.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
I've been expecting.
Oh, 3 bosses. Whoa, 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 whoa. Take it easy. This dinosaur just jumped out of nowhere. Oh, and Warden Creek. Splendid. Alrighty. It's about time for us to finish our today's stream session. So it's time to like make the conclusion, so to say, to this episode. Was quite fun today because there was a lot of action going on. Like we've cleared the Tomb of Heretic. Amazing. We also cleared the tried to clear the time to clear the Crucible. We've tried it. We've did it, and up until level 165. So if we were short, 5 ways short of clearing that place. And we've also got to Shattered Realm Shard 15. It's not like a whole lot, but it's definitely interesting for me because I haven't tried those kinds of things before. So for me, it's definitely interesting and impressive, like performance-wise, and I get to see like more and more stuff. I didn't get to see a lot of Nemesis bosses throughout the campaign, but I got to see a lot of them in the Crucible. And to me, it was a surprise that they've been doing like so much like different attacks, different abilities, and so on and so forth. So I got to see that as well. I've got to look at how this character performs in those kinds of situations. So what kind of like bad things he has, good things he has, and so on and so forth. So for the most part, it was great. For the next stream, we are going to continue on with doing what we were doing, like try to tackle Crucible again, Shattered Realms, like going further on and on to see what is going to be like the limit for this character, because it is interesting for me. Hopefully it is going to be interesting for the viewers as well. And it's going to be overall just great. Hopefully. Now, if you have missed previous parts of this walkthrough series or this part, everything is uploaded to our YouTube channel. The link you can find in the Twitch tab section. There on our YouTube channel we post walkthroughs, videos, highlights, funny moments, as well as beginner-friendly content for various different games, including Grim Dawn. For Grim Dawn, my brother had made videos for bosses' dangerous attacks, how you should approach them, what he elaborated on resistances that you would need in certain portions of the game, especially at the initial levels, about monster totems, which is probably one of the most like important thing, monster totems, to know what they are, because especially if it's your like new character, you will be meeting them throughout your journey through the campaign, like pretty much constantly, pretty much always you will going to encounter them, and they will going to be spawning some very dangerous enemies against whom some classes will going to struggle more than the others. And so to know some stuff about those small but important stuff is going to be helpful. In the Twitch tab section, you're also going to see that we have social media links, so if you want, you can contact us there, and we will going to be pleased to answer your questions and to hear your thoughts. And this way you will also going to know firsthand about all of the upcoming like news and changes and so on and so forth. Schedule is also present in the Twitch tab section, so that you would know what to expect, when to expect, and from whom. And last but not least, if you are interested in supporting this channel, if you are interested in the ways of how you can do this, there are plenty of it. Spreading the word, impressive feature, like totally free. You can just share this content with those people that you know, and they might be interested in that content as well, and we'll be happy to meet new people and to invite them all into this small stream, small group that we have. It's tips, cheers, as well as subscriptions. Twitch Prime subscriptions and Patreon are also present there. They are not obligatory, but they are motivating us streamers to increase quality, as well as produce more helpful, funny, interesting, and hopefully useful content for beginners. You will also going to receive various rewards for doing so, emotes, as well as icons, as well as collectibles if you go with Twitch Prime, and you'll also be able to receive content ahead of schedule, Q&A videos, never before seen stuff, and many other things as well. Once again, this is not like we are not forcing you, we are just sharing ways of how you can support us. The rest is up to you. For me, it's important so that you would receive fun, helpful, entertaining, and interesting content. And you would feel happy that you've been present on the stream, that you've been participating, and so on and so forth. So, for the most part, it's going to be it, but before we are going to say goodbyes to each other, I am going to show you what kind of loot we got, and then we are going to wrap this whole thing up.
Well done.
So let us check what kind of rewards did we get. We restored the shrine, and a whole bunch of chests are present here. Not too many, like, legendary-wise, but overall, still pretty good. Because it's just like, it's only like Shattered Realm 15, so you have to take that into consideration. So we got a bunch of mythical blue items. Oh. This is even better than mine. Nice. Upgraded version of gloves. Recipe for the rune. A whole bunch of green items. Pretty good. Like, good rewards for such, like, level of Shattered Realms. Okay, so for the most part, this is going to be it, guys. Thank you for participation. Thank you all for being here, for listening to my commentaries, participating in the chat, being positive, polite, as well as showing your interest and sharing your time by spending it watching this particular stream. Thank you, everyone. I hope that you all are going to have great time. Hope that you are going to feel healthy, stay cheerful, and take care of yourselves and your relatives. Thank you all. I will be waiting you on the next stream, which is going to be on Friday. Hopefully I'm going to see all of you just as good as you are right now. Всем спасибо за сегодняшнее участие в обсуждении, в стриме. Всем спасибо за то, что вы проявили себя с лучшей стороны. Спасибо за то, что вы участвовали в дискуссии, в обсуждении, делились своими мнениями, помогали и просто наслаждались стримом. Спасибо вам всем и до скорых встреч!